Hello, and welcome to this week's episode of the Help on the Way podcast, where we are featuring March 10th, 1993, from the Rosemont Horizon in the lovely city that's known as Chicago, Illinois.
Chicago.
I am your co-host of the game, here with my fellow co-hosts Snob and Fig, and our special guest Mike from the wonderful podcast Guess the Year. Let's go ahead and welcome Mike to the show.
Hey, welcome, Mike.
Hey, an honor to be here, and congrats on 100 episodes, guys.
Thank you. I was gonna say I feel like I missed like a transition somewhere between the Chicago, Illinois, and the welcome to the show, but this is how we do it on the podcast. As mentioned, we are episode 100 right now. It's kind of crazy that we've been doing this
crazy.
For.
Nob, was that like a relieved woo, or is that like a evaluating the choices you've made in your life woo?
I think
let's
it's somewhere in between. I think I don't know. It's just weird to be on triple digits of anything that you're like actively counting. I don't know. I'm happy. I'm not deciding right now that I want to leave the Help on the Way podcast. So that would make a really dramatic twist for this 100th episode.
I think 100's a great time to just end it. Why not?
Okay. No, it's just wild to be at this point.
It is wild, and I'm very happy to be here. We had this little idea for a while,
like 6.5 episodes.
Yeah. It was a little touch and go at first, and actually generally still is touch and go, but we're doing it. We got some longevity. It's pretty cool. It's nice to be here with y'all.
We've been touching and going for 100 episodes, and hopefully we'll be touching and going for 100 more.
There's enough shows.
There is certainly enough shows.
There is.
It feels like we've been stuck in the 90s for the past 8 months here at the Help on the Way podcast. So
it's been a lot of late 90s these last couple of months.
It really, really has been. You'd be surprised how many shows are in the late 90s until the randomizer just gives you them all. It's the best.
For the last 3 months of your life.
Yeah, it's the best. It's like, God, give me that Primal Dead noise where they just scream over this nonsense. But anyway, let's move on.
Before we move on, I will say that we have some the randomizer's given us some good stuff. It's still in the 90s, but don't scroll down on the show sheet to see what's in the set list. It's good. It's a good one for next week. Not that this week wasn't good either, but let's bring Mike onto the show.
Yes. Before we dive into our news and our main event of the evening, let's go ahead and interview Mike from the Guest of the Year podcast. And I will kick off the interview segment, which is so appropriately named, What Shall We Say? That's such a weird segment. We need to change the name, I think.
Hey, I was just thinking that it really works and no one should make fun of it this time.
There's two ways to think about it.
I know we say it every time it comes up that we need to change the name, but I was thinking this time I'd be like, okay, they're going to forget that they want to change the name.
I always remember that I want to change the name, but then I think about it more and I'm like, it's not terrible. But the first time that I see it, I'm like, this is awful. We should change it.
I'm pro shall. Got to keep the shall in there when you can.
Yeah. What shall?
You don't get many chances in your day-to-day life to use the word shall. So take advantage of every opportunity. I'm with you, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump on into one of those opportunities right now with kicking off the What Shall We Say segment. And I'm going to take the easiest question that we always have on the segment because it's the first one and it is my favorite. Mike, what got you on this wild Grateful Dead bus?
Okay. I've thought about this a lot because I ask people this on my podcast all the time. So I think it's
not an easy question to answer either.
No.
Yeah.
It's like asking how you fell in love with someone. It's like, well, I don't know. Or some people it's love at first sight. Sometimes it's, moments here and there. But the first time I heard the Grateful Dead was my dad playing it for me when I was like very young, like 5 or 6 or something, and he played me Casey Jones before I knew what cocaine was. So I was just like, this song fucking rocks. Like a total no-brainer. Song rocked. It was up there with like that song War, like what is like that, like just all kids love that song. Yeah, no-brainer.
Still a banger.
Still a banger. Still relevant. And so after that, I did not listen to Grateful Dead. So my dad grew up seeing the Dead. He lived in Marin and San Francisco in the 60s and 70s. So he went to shows and got into it. And then he kind of moved on to like other stuff, like Stones. And he was not a huge Deadhead. And then I went to Fare Thee. I kind of listened to them. Went to Fare Thee Well in 2015, and that's what did it really. I mean, at the show, I probably only knew like half the set list, which is embarrassing to admit now as I go back and watch it. It's like I went to the July 3rd show, which is like an obscene embarrassment of riches in terms of set list. Like it's like Scarlet Fire, Help Slip Franklin's, like Box of Rain Open. I knew that, but like I knew those like big ones, but everything else I didn't really know. And then from there, that's when I started listening to like re-listen.
I mean, I will say though, that's a big trek to take for someone who's iffy, who's not quite on the bus. To get yourself out to Chicago, for the Fare Thee Well, get those tickets.
That's a good point, and there's more to that story. So I was in Chicago anyways. My buddies were going, and I was like, "Oh, it seems like something I should go to." Yeah, and my dad was like, lovely. "Oh, you should go to that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I think I should go. My friends are going," and then I went, and I did not have a ticket, and I hopped the fence.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So that's how I got it. Because those tickets were going for like $2,000, I want to say. Like it wasn't even like there's no one even selling. There are no miracles being given out, I don't think, and there were not a lot of people selling them. So
sometimes me and my buddies make your own miracles.
Exactly. But some dude inside actually like saw what I was doing. He saw I was like iffy around the fence, and he's like, "Hold on 1 second," and he ran away and like checked to make sure the coast was clear. He's like, "You're good." And then like, and it was kind of like the first kind of camaraderie with other Deadhead. I was like, I like these people, like they're not. Yeah. Another show, people would be like a Stone show. You could see people like kind of rolling their eyes, like, I paid for this ticket, like why should you get in for free? And then this guy was like, well, hold on, dude. Like, I'll check to make sure the coast is clear. And then after that, Box of Rain started, and I just saw this like wave of energy across this 360-degree because they filled every stadium, and I was like, oh shit, this is cool. And then it kind of took off from there.
Very cool.
That's awesome. So you host the wildly successful podcast Guest of the Year, which is of course a Grateful Dead themed game show, which I'm just a big fan of the concept. Where did the inspiration for doing Guest of the Year come from?
Well, thank you, Dom. And I appreciate you coming on Guest of the Year before like anyone knew about it. It was like episode 5 or 6, and you're a presence on Reddit, and I'm guessing that's how you saw it.
Yeah. Oh, I saw one of the first posts you made about it, and I just saw the words Grateful Dead game show, and I was like, I need to be a part of this. I have to do this.
Well, it was much appreciated because at that point we had like 15 listeners, maybe, and and we just needed contestants, and it was harder than you think. I felt so bad because I tried to follow Reddit, but I was just had to post a lot because I couldn't find people to do it, and I knew that if we if there was like a gap, then it would kind of just get all, I don't know, it wouldn't you guys know podcasting consistency. You got to keep it going.
It's all about inertia.
Yeah,
exactly. And then Knob hooked it up, but
nice.
I got the idea because I was playing like many people. I was playing myself on Sirius XM driving around, and I nailed like a hard one, like an 84 or something, which they rarely play on Sirius XM. Mm-hmm. And I was like, damn. And it was probably just luck, but I looked over like my girlfriend, now wife, and I was like, check that out, And
hey, babe, wake up.
Yeah, exactly. And she could not have given less than of a fuck. She was like, okay, like Even worse, actually, she
84
was
is a
like
tough
tried
year,
to,
though. I'll
right,
give
especially
you props,
right.
Mike. Wow.
Yeah, haven't nailed one since, but I was like, she was. I get even actually. She was like trying to be nice. She's like, "Oh, that's really nice." I was like, "Ooh." So I was like, "There's got to be people that are doing this and like appreciate it." And I think at first I didn't realize there were people out there that could do it way better than me, and I didn't understand that people would be able to get, like last week in my show, someone got an 83 space. Steve got an 83 space. Like I didn't know that existed.
Wow.
And yeah,
That's
so
like Final Jeopardy right there.
oh my fucking,
It's like
the
super
champions
Final Jeopardy.
Yeah. I mean, these people are like not Wookiees, you know, like they're like savants. Nothing against Wookiee. You can be a Wookiee savant too, by the way. But I didn't know. I thought I didn't know they existed. So it's been a real pleasant experience, and I'm really grateful that people like Knob and everyone who's come on that really are the show. You know, I literally just play the music, so it's enjoyable.
Well, you do good stuff, and you have an excellent voice for the podcast. Excellent voice for podcasting. Two questions, somewhat related. Have you done podcasts before? Like, how did you inject yourself in the host role? And then also, like, are you a game show person? You know, like, do you like, you know, say Jeopardy, or you know, is that kind of your thing, or is this just something that you just kind of invented for yourself out of whole cloth and it's just kind of rolling for you?
No, nothing about it is
That's
original.
awesome.
I like combine many elements. By the way, Fig, you have a good fucking podcasting voice. I've been listening to it.
Please,
I'm
you
like,
go
damn.
on.
I
Game,
swear to
I
God.
just mimic game.
You can't see it, but I'm like doing the fishing gesture with my hands right now.
Yeah. So I took this from. Do you guys know Bill Simmons, the sports podcaster?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he has this segment called Guess the Lines, and what he does is he guesses lines of football games for the next week with his buddy cousin Sal. And I always listen, and I'm like, I always listen to that segment, and I always listen to the end because they keep score against each other. So they're like, whoever's closest, like, oh, I think they guess what they think the line is going to be. So like, the Niners are playing like the Bills. Like, I think the line's going to be 3.5. I think it's going to be 3. Who's ever closer gets a point. And I'm like, damn, this is really compelling. Not because I care so much about the gambling lines, but just like games are compelling. You know, like if two people were like, you know, having a push-up contest on like the sidewalk, I would stop and watch. For sure. No doubt. No matter what I was doing, I would stop and watch until one of them stopped doing push-ups. So I was like, all right, well, maybe I'll, you know, combine all these things. And then the serious thing happens, and it all just kind of clicked. But I have had a podcast before. I'm not fucking up this pop filter here. Sorry, I can get a few pops. I'm going to take a step back here. I have had a podcast before, and it was just like me when I was like maybe 20, like talking to my friends, and there was no topic in it. I don't even think my friends listened to it. It was just like maybe
Something to do.
yeah, exactly. I don't think I listened. You know, it was just kind of like put it out there. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, but you hit on something that's, you know, you need something serialized, and game shows are perfect for that. And so, you know, what we've done here with this podcast is, you know, every week it's a random show. Every week we have something new to talk about, you know, in huge part because of the great wealth of the archive. But for you, I mean, you're kind of in a similar vein where, you know, you're tapping into that, all that material on the archive, but you're doing it in such a different way, which I think is so cool. And, you know, I feel kind of a kindred spirits between our two podcasts here. So great to have you on.
Oh, I appreciate you having me on. And when I hear your guys' show, it's really fun to meet new deadheads every week. And there's always the winner that comes back, like Jeopardy. So to answer your question, Fig, yeah, I listen to Jeopardy too. Or I watch Jeopardy and always have.
Jeopardy's awesome.
Yeah, so I took elements of that. But I got to say, I like your guys' podcast because like hearing friends hanging out makes me feel like I'm hanging out with my friends. Like you guys are my friends, but also my friends are my friends. So there is that element that I do think they're complementary in that way because it's meet a bunch of strangers and then, which is fun, but then it's nice listening to like friends.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, should we move on now to the game show portion of this, or
Yeah.
should we move on to the Channel 6 portion of this? I'll let Fig and Knob decide.
Knob?
All right. If I am for one episode given this power, it is my birthday in 3 days.
Oh.
I guess let's do
Ooh.
the news first. I know I turned 14.
Big one for her.
All right. In honor of Knob's 14th birthday, let's go ahead and pivot quickly to the Channel 6 news, where we only have one bullet point this week, and that was the Wolf Brothers New Year's Eve show, or shows rather. They did they did 3, correct? In Florida?
Yes, 3 nights.
I know you were busy fishing over this holiday
I
weekend.
was.
But do you know? Because
That's as much as I'm allowed to talk about it.
I'm assuming
Snay on the if shay.
I'm assuming Fig didn't get to see any of the Wolf Brothers shows.
I did
do you
not.
know? Do you know of any highlights from this weekend's shows, Knob?
I don't know of the highlights. I know the New Year's Eve show itself, in true New Year's Eve fashion, was a 3-set show, which is always cool, always very nice. I've just heard generally good things about the run. My college roommate was there; he had a good time. Yeah, it just seemed to be a fun set of New Year's shows. I mean, at this point, the Wolf Brothers are the Wolf Brothers. They are making the music that they want to make. If you already like the Wolf Brothers, you are going to like said music. If you are not into the Wolf Brothers, they probably aren't going to win you over at this point. That is what they do, and they do it about this, like, of a similar quality pretty much every run. Because they've got it, figured out at this point. I don't know. I'm pro Wolf Brothers here, to clarify.
I like the Wolf Brothers, but I really feel like, and I gotta figure this out, obviously, but I feel like my live music listening ends whenever the Dead tours end. Like, I really haven't listened to, besides,
You mean Dead and Company?
yes.
Okay.
Besides, maybe the Billy Strings wrestling show. I did.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That one. I did.
That was really
that
cool.
one. But other than that, I don't know. I haven't watched much. Even though it's not like I'm against the Wolf Brothers. It's just meh. But
I find with the Wolf Brothers especially, that is an experience that is night and day watching it on a stream versus being in the room.
Sure.
I saw the Wolf Brothers for the first time at the Capitol this past last February now. And I genuinely, a few songs into it, I just thought to myself, okay, I get this and why this works more than I have ever gotten it on a stream. In the room, the intimacy of it all just makes it really work in a way that doesn't quite translate to cameras.
Cool. And
A
who are they
smaller
playing?
ensemble, or the Bob, or what part of it do you think translates best?
I don't know. It's, to me, okay, when we're talking about Bob nowadays, you always have to talk about the fact that he has slowed the songs down. And that is a mix of purposeful and age, but I lean a little more towards purposeful, especially when hearing the Wolf Brothers. I don't know, that Truckin' that he played at the Capitol that I was there for was absolutely magic when I was there, when I was hearing it, when I was experiencing it in a medium-sized venue with 2,000 other deadheads all yelling what a long, strange trip it's been together.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go back and I listen to that tape, and all I think to myself is, this Truckin' is slow. I don't know. There's something about the magic that when you're in the room, you feel it. And when it's on the tape, it just doesn't. I think it's this. I'm not going to go on this ramble for too much longer, but I think there's a little bit of sparseness that's being played with this band. It's a big ensemble,
Right.
but it's always been about, I don't know. To me, they're a band that tries to play as little as possible. And I mean that positively. They're not trying to overplay. They're trying to complement and play exactly the right amount of notes. And that, to me, I don't know, just feels better when you're in the room.
It's about the vibe. Is
Somewhere in
there.
there is a coherent thought about the
No,
Wolf
I
Brothers.
love it.
No,
I
it's
think.
really.
I kind of get it too. I wouldn't
that
be able
many
to
times.
articulate it half as much as you just did, but I'm in agreement.
There is one other bit of news that we do not have on our Channel 6 news sheet. The wonderful John Mayer appeared
Oh,
on
yeah.
the CNN's New Year's
We're gonna talk
Eve.
about the cat bar.
We not so much about the cat bar. I'm not sure why people find the cat cafe in Tokyo, Japan so hilarious, like some people do, but they think that it's the funniest thing ever. But what we care about the most is that he being John Mayer, stated that all Dead and Company fans should have some hope for some 2024 dates. So one can assume he's talking about the rumored Sphere dates. So after we record this podcast, I will go back to my. I'm getting all kinds of crackling here on my headset right now. Once we
Knob's still alive.
Is Knob alive?
I'm good.
Is Knob going to make
sorry.
it to 14? Okay.
I will. I will.
Yeah.
Okay. This is
So
the
right-
13th year there.
Right after we wrap up recording tonight, I'm heading back to my outpost at the Sphere, and we'll keep lookout for the first site of John Mayer or Bobby Weir, either or, that I will send the bat signal out, and Jetheads will rejoice for 2024. So, why does CNN? This isn't anything to do with anything. Why does CNN?
Is this what you call CNN fake news? Is this
No.
when we get political?
Oh, that's
The
that's
100th
true.
episode, you just kept it in.
Green Day said MAGA in their song on New Year's Eve. Damn it. Why do they have a New Year's Eve show? And part two to that question, why on New Year's Eve was I like, fuck, babe, we should probably check out what CNN's doing. And we kept it on for a considerable amount of time.
I mean, it is breaking news that the calendar's literally flipping as we're looking at it. You know, inquiring
I
minds.
don't
wanna
think
know.
they're reporting on the year changing.
Well, then what else are they doing?
I don't know.
They're getting drunk on camera for 5 hours. What do you mean? What are they doing?
Anderson
Come on.
Cooper takes shots and he makes silly faces, and they bring John Mayer on from Tokyo, Japan, and they're all like, "Oh, John Mayer's with cats."
That is someone who found the cat cafe to be hysterical.
But if they did that same show tonight to mark the second turning into the third,
Knobs
none of
work.
us would watch it. No one would watch it.
No.
No,
It is bizarre.
I think the only time I watch CNN is the New Year's show. Like, and I'm just like, what the hell? Like,
But that's why they do it.
What are we
They're,
doing?
they're perpetuating themselves. That's what the media's all
What are you
about.
gonna do? Are you gonna watch the Ryan Seacrest one? You
have
want to
that-
watch Ryan Seacrest for 5 hours?
I turned on
Come
Seacrest a little bit.
What?
I'm always surprised when I realize Dick Clark's dead, and then I'm always surprised that he died in 2012.
That always gets me. Like, I always know that he is dead, but to me, it has always happened 5 years ago.
Yeah,
Well,
It is not.
What's confusing though is that they still use his name in the title of the
Yes!
show. Like it's still Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve. It's just been like a decade of years.
I'm sitting there.
A
I'm
dozen
waiting for
years.
Dick Clark to come out and fumble the countdown. That's what I'm waiting for. And then I'm like, I'm going to Google Dick Clark like I do every year. And I'm like, dead, 2012. And I'm like, how can he be dead for this many years? And I'm still waiting for him to come out and do this stupid countdown. Anyway.
Our kids
I
are gonna
think
be
they should have
talking about
done what they
Anderson
do
Cooper
with
at this point.
Puxatawny Phil and just started calling Ryan Seacrest Dick Clark. Like, I think they should have just gotten a new Dick Clark and pretended that it was the
From
same
Pound.
guy.
Just cast
And
him.
this should go on for like hundreds of years.
I'm personally partial to Gus, which is Pennsylvania's
Gus.
second most famous groundhog.
Keep on scratching.
That's a deep cut for those who live in Pennsylvania.
Just to explain to the audience and to Mike, sometimes Gabe and I are from
me.
similar areas in Pennsylvania, and sometimes we just go hard on Pennsylvania regional trivia and shared
Yeah, it's-
youth.
You know, one
It's
of
the
our
100th episode, and there's no way to celebrate Help on the Way without going into some obscure Pennsylvania lore.
one of
Some
our
regional
45
trivia.
listeners, one of our 45 listeners is like, you know what? I when they heard me say Gus, they were like, yeah, Gus. We like him too, for sure.
Pennsylvania, what's up?
Anyway, let's go ahead and pivot to the game show portion of this podcast, which I will let Mike handle because I don't know anything that's going to happen with that. And then we'll go on to our main event. So, Mike, go ahead and take it away.
All right. I'm going to play you guys. I'm going to give you a taste of Guess the Year because I can't go anywhere without making people guess shit. So here I am. I'm just doing the little guessing. No, I want to hear what you guys think. I know you're all very knowledgeable, so I brought some songs, and I will play one for you now, and then the three of you guys are going to discuss the year and come to a single guess between the three of you, so you have to kind of like duke it out.
Choice. Wow.
Yeah, you try to nail it. And if you nail all three, then, good tidings for the second 200 episodes.
All right. What if we bomb all three? Stakes are high.
And the
Very
podcast is
portentous.
over.
Yeah.
We're done.
And we're hearing from Warner Brothers if we don't get these three. So we got to make sure we get these ones.
Okay, I'm going to play the first song. Let me make sure I have this right.
Easy. God, they're so good.
All right. Obviously, it's before 1973
Yes.
because
Yeah.
Big Ben is dead in 73. So it's before 73.
That is true.
And Primal Dead starts what? 60. My based on now, I'm basing this off and friends, this isn't me guessing for us, this is me just talking aloud. Based
Yes,
off
of
of
course.
based off of audio quality.
Ooh.
Right. Sev 72?
Really?
My gut is 68,
Sorry.
and I cannot articulate
My guess
that.
was.
I could
My
not.
guess is.
I'd be terrible on your podcast, Mike, but my guess is 68. Final answer.
I think it's 69, and the reason I think this, I couldn't hear another keyboard. That's my thing. Was I was trying to give an ear to Tom Constantin or even Keith if it's later than that, and I don't hear a keyboard part, which makes me think it's before they joined. So I'm thinking 69, or I could be persuaded to fig 68.
Yeah, but I can't do that. I can't persuade you. It's my gut.
Okay.
Well, now remember,
All right. The
this is a
game, break the
combined-
tie. Who's convinced you more?
Oh yeah, game.
This is a combined thing. So it's
Yeah.
you're listening for the number of keyboards. That's like
I was.
That's
Yeah, I
next
can't do
level.
that.
That's next level thing.
And I still got out in round 2.
How do most people do it, Mike? Like, is where knobs going? Is that how most people have to, as granular as it gets to do well on the show?
Yes, but some people are more like you, Fig, where there's like, I don't know, I know what it is, and oddly, sometimes it's just as effective. And I'm more of a timeline person myself. Like I do like process of elimination, like Knob's doing.
Like an algorithm, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to hear.
I'm a
correctly,
person.
right?
I'm
But-
right here.
Yeah, but it's everyone's got a different way. So
Okay, so in that case, let's go ahead and guess 1969. Final answer.
Okay. Turn on Your Love Light at Avalon Ballroom in San Francisco on January 26th, 1969.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was
All
pretty
right.
I
close.
thought I went by
That
gut
was
and
close.
trusted knob.
That was close to 68, though.
That's
That was
very
close.
close.
Very close.
You saying January 2nd?
We were splitting hairs for sure.
January 26th.
26. Okay.
Nice work, Knob. And nice work, game. You know, listen to Knob and Fig. Only 1 year off. You know, good job all around.
So pleasant.
I can't wait till I hear Brent, and I'm like, it's between 80 and 90.
Oh man. All right. Can I play you guys another one?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, these are Jay's leftover picks from Jerry Tone's store. He had like
nice.
so many good picks, and I was like, I've been waiting to use them again, which is what I do with leftover ones. So you guys are the beneficiaries.
Sweet.
And
Thank you.
shout out Jay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I cannot
Jay.
tell you how many times I've watched his video of if Jerry covered Dancing Queen.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. That man he's on one. He's only 26 too.
That is insane.
Yeah. Okay.
God. They're so good. Should make a podcast about them.
Okay.
I'll jump in. So
Yeah.
from the little bit of vocals that I heard, it was condensed in such a way that it made me think it was Wall of Sound. So I'm saying 74.
Ooh. I was going
Interesting.
78.
I was gonna say later 70s because Donna is definitely there. We've
Yes.
definitely narrowed it down to the 70s. I couldn't tell if I heard two drums or not. That's what I kept keeping an ear for, is I could not tell if I think Mickey Hart is there or not. I think so, which makes me think 77 or 78.
The only reason I picked 78 is because 77's too on the nose. So
It sound like 77.
No,
I got a
and
lot of
that's what
groans
makes
from
me
my,
think 78.
77 does have
78.
a sound about it. Now watch this is 77.
So it's a bit more
Yeah,
aggressive. This was a bit more laid back. But you're saying what? Like you weren't hearing Donna, so it wasn't.
Oh,
Wait,
maybe
what
it
was-
is
what was your point now?
76. I
Yeah,
can't tell if Mickey's there or not.
Right, but what about Donna?
Well, Donna's definitely there.
Donna's
we heard
definitely
Donna
there.
Right.
in the bit of vocals that we got. The question is Mickey there?
Two drums.
Now Donna took sabbaticals, right?
Yeah, but
Somewhat short.
Now let's get in
Not-
the weeds here.
yeah.
That's way far in the algorithms.
Let me interject and
Sure.
say that
Yeah.
I fucked up the clip and I don't know what year it is.
It was 74, obviously.
That was supposed to be an 89, and I was like, this is
That was
not 89.
not 89.
And I was like, wait, but I've
No.
never fucked up a clip before, so thank God I didn't end up playing it because I downloaded the wrong clip. So I don't know what it is. I had that marked as a 10/19/89. Sorry guys.
What year do you
We
think it is
Shazam
based
that?
off
Can we-
listening?
I think I heard 2 drummers.
Okay.
Although
See, I
I
heard that
gotta say, I wasn't listening that closely. I was like
snare
freaking
of-
out and listening. I listened back to the '89 show I was supposed to be, and it was
Completely
it
different.
was not that. Yeah, I was like,
No.
because as soon as I heard
I could've
Donna
told
sing,
you
I'm
that.
like, is this like a Donna Brent thing? And because that happens, you know, like
Can I ask you a
oh,
question? Have you had this kind of fuck up before on your show?
one time
Wow.
I said but the good news is it was a 10 years off song, so it wasn't like 1 year off. And I did it. I'm like, and it's 1989, and it was like so clearly not 89. So I was able to like work it back.
Like it was just a typo.
Yeah, it was a 7 exactly 7 instead of.
I'm
or
glad
8
your
instead of
first major
7.
fuck up was on our podcast. It's very fitting with what we do here in the Help in the Way podcast.
Dude. Yeah, that was This is not a representation of Guest of the Year Industries, LLC. I apologize, guys, but maybe someone will tell us because I don't know when that was from for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, dear
nice
listeners,
work, Mike.
if you can place that Eyes of the World, drop a comment and we'll make you a T-shirt.
I'll send you a
we'll make
T-shirt
it.
too.
Why not?
I'll send you a Guest of the Year T-shirt as well as a penance.
Yeah, you actually have T-shirts. We're gonna make one just for this guest.
I will go to Target and buy you a T-shirt. It's gonna have
Yeah.
nothing to do with the Grateful Dead, but you will have one T-shirt.
One of those Coca-Cola shirts, those like
Yeah.
old timey.
Yeah,
Kids are
exactly.
wearing
I think I have one of
Labeled.
those in the closet. I can ship out.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's great. I'm
It's
I'm just
okay.
happy that we didn't lose.
Yeah. Do we want to do one more and then we'll start talking about this 93 show?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do one
Yeah,
more.
maybe I'll even give you one that actually exists here. Change it up.
Ah.
Let me make sure this is right now. Now I'm like questioning everything. One second. Okay. Here it is.
'67 or '68.
Well,
I'll let
it's,
my-
I have to say that it's definitely later than that because Bertha debuts in 71.
No way.
Way, maybe 70.
It sounded like that has
It
been odd. That sounded like-
Well, it was definitely it was a soundboard that clearly had some of the instruments a little more prominent in the mix and some of them less. But that's the game. That's the
Ew.
I do think it's from the early days of Bertha, though. I do think because you get Phil singing the harmonies, which you don't get after 74, and you get. I just couldn't hear. I don't know. There wasn't a very prominent keyboard part, so this makes me think it's in that period of 71 after they have introduced the song, but before Keith joins the band. That's my guess.
Fig.
Oh, jeez, I've been on mute this whole time. 70. I was between 71 and 72. I think 72 is a bit more polished for this song, so I'm going to go with 71.
Well, I guess if it didn't appear till since 71, it can't be 67 or 68. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with 71 as well.
Should have stayed strong, game. Nope.
Yeah. We're gonna turn out that it was in fact the birth of From, April 20th, 1967.
I like how my research. I did not once think, you know what? I'm just gonna look to see when Bertha debuted.
Bertha just always existed in the ether. They just plucked it from the ether, recorded it. I'm saying 71.
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
Okay. It was at the Academy of Music in New York on March 21st, 1972.
72.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's why it sounded so like scant. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Wait. What date was
this
that?
is the one that we've talked to Charlie Miller about this show.
Oh,
Tell me.
This is the one. This was a tape that he had trouble restoring because it was like actively water damaged.
yeah, he had to go through it like piece by piece or something like that.
Yeah.
What a legend.
What? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
What was the exact date again?
March 21st.
March
72.
21st. Okay.
Oh, 21st. Different show from the same run we have talked about.
Right. But this was prelude to Europe, right? This was their kind of run up.
It was the like warm up shows.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's so cool.
You guys did really well. 1 year off total on 2 songs, and we'll never know third song.
All right.
Well, someone wants a
Well, we will
t-shirt.
know if someone were to email us
Yeah.
at helponthewaypod@gmail.com or get with us on reddit.com.
But we will need some pretty hardcore proof with.
Yeah, and please include your home
Timestamps.
address and shirt size because we're not dealing with follow-up emails. All of it in one big email, or we're not bothering.
We
to
are
read
way too busy for follow-up emails.
I have to draw the line somewhere.
And a
these-
self-addressed stamped envelope.
And it is COD as well. It is COD as well. Speaking of Charlie, I do follow one Charlie Miller on the Instagram, and I saw that he happened to be fishing as well this weekend. Nob, you didn't bump into him by chance, did you?
No, I didn't bump into him. No, he was on the floor. I've never been on the floor for fish.
He
But,
did say that we are his friends now. So
That is true. I did not. I should have reached out and said, "Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm willing to bet that Fish plays Madison Square Garden again in the future." And I go out on a limb to say that Charlie Miller will likely tape those as well. So I'll bump into him in the future.
perfect. All right, let's
I
I guess
guess my dad stumbling around and like excitedly talking about Game Henge to Charlie Miller.
I think that'd be so adorable if that happened. But let's finally move on to our main event of the evening, which is
Woo!
March 10th, 1993, from the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago, Illinois. Technically, it's in Rosemont, Illinois, but it's a stupid suburb. Everyone knows it's in Chicago. Set one of the show. First off, way better than I anticipated. Normally, 93
Yes.
shows, I just think it's dog vomit right off the bat. But this was good. So set one of March 10th, 93 gave us a Feels Like a Stranger opener, followed by Stagger Lee, The Same Thing, Peggy-O, Queen Jane, Ramble On Rose, and then set one ended with Let It Grow. Fig, what were your thoughts on set one?
Hey, thanks a lot, game. Okay, I like set one quite a lot. Stepping back, this was a really good soundboard. We had Charlie Miller doing his thing, putting that up there in the archive. Definitely would recommend that. If odds are more your thing, there is an excellent sounding one, which was recorded by Darby and Keo. I'm not sure who's the recorder or how that worked out there, but if you can go in the archive and look up the Darby Keo odd, I thought that it was sounded really good. May have been sped up a little bit, which was not actually a bad thing. So we start off with Stranger. This was awesome energy from the band. I started kind of being able to kind of visualize myself in the audience, listening to the Darby Keogh Odd. It was just so good. Like I just kind of could see myself in the crowd, seeing the band when I closed my eyes. Like the recording had some sort of depth to it. It was very interesting. Would recommend that. It was a cool experience, a cool listening experience. And the crowd absolutely loves Prince Vince. This is a Vince night, and
Yes.
he was excellent throughout. So Good Stranger going into a Stagger Lee. I just write, I can't believe that Bobby didn't change his tone from Stranger. So like it was this like ultra wah distorted thing that works for a funk epic like Stranger, but not really so much for Stagger. But there we were. There was a jam at the end of Stagger Lee where that tone actually ended up working for me. So it did come around to work. And then we get into the blues romp for the first set, the same thing. This is a pretty sinister and sneaky song. I thought this version was more sinister and sneaky than usual. Bobby maybe had like a throat thing going on. He was kind of hoarse throughout the night, but he was definitely snarling his vocals on the same thing, and that accentuated the whole kind of sinister vibe. Jerry's slide solo too was really kind of feeling that vibe as well. The whole thing felt dangerous, like an interesting space for the Grateful Dead. You don't really get that too much, but I loved it. Peggy-O, this was jaunty and brisk. I loved Grandpa Jerry's rasp on this one. Lots of emotion in his voice, which is another theme of the night. And I wrote that the first solo is an octave pedal wonder. Jerry was on his octave pedal a lot throughout the night. Queen Jane Approximately, a poppy head bopping version, very well sung by Bob, not terribly long, which is good for me for the Dylan covers. We get into Ramble on Rose. This was loose, but definitely not a bad start, but it was a little bit loose. The song is propelled into the stratosphere with Jerry's first auto wah solo. He changed to some MIDI horn for like the second part of the solo, but it was enough like a guitar that it was a solid change. It didn't, distract me. And then at one point Vince changed into a solo, or it changed to his MIDI stuff, and it actually sounded a lot of fun. Like the two tones were in working in concert with each other, and I think that was the theme of the night too. I think Jerry played well. I think Vince was propelling Jerry to play even better, and you could really hear that dynamic, especially in the odd, and you could hear the audience loving that as well. And you heard that in Let It Grow to end set one. I was just astounded by the playing in this one. Vince was pushing Jerry to new heights throughout. I wrote, this is a MIDI warning, but it does sound good. Everyone contributing to the symphony of the music. Phil adding a lot to the proggy version, which turns into a nice groove. And that was the way that the Grateful Dead ended set one on March 10th, 1993. I will do the honors of kicking it over to Mike for Mike's review.
Of set two?
Set one.
Oh, set one. Okay. I was like, fuck, I'm not following that I have nothing to add to that. I can't match it.
Not everything needs to be discussed, but what do you think? And, you can take it song by song. You can take it, the feel of the set or what you thought. Just, what's your take?
Yeah. Okay. Starting with that Peggy-O. Not my favorite Peggy-O. I really like the Peggy-Os that kind of make you like want to cry. And this one was almost like the tempo that I like My Friend of the Devil's at, just kind of like this up tempo, like same vibe. And I don't know. And it stood out to me because I like every Peggy-O, and I like this one too. I'm just, we're splitting hairs here with that song because they're all so beautiful. Queen Jane also stood out to me. Again, for the opposite reason, because I usually, like you said, Dylan covers, whenever I see like a 12-minute Desolation Row, if I'm trying to choose a show, it doesn't help.
They're the ninth verse.
Yeah. And although it's amazing that Bob even remembered as many lyrics as he did to that beast, but the Queen Jane was incredible. And that's when things really picked up and went into Ramble on Rose. Mm-hmm. And you're right, Let It Grow. I was just thinking like it was like the Vince show. And I'm Vince, like, I can't say I love Vince playing all the time, and it's more tonal than it is, chops. But on Let It Grow, him and Jerry were just going back and forth. It was brilliant. And I also like Stagger Lee, and I heard on a previous podcast, I think Knobs say he likes Stagger. You're a Stagger Lee truther as well, and I love Stagger Lee in all situations. Never heard a bad Stagger Lee. It's kind of like a high floor, low ceiling song. Like it's never gonna, burn the place down. But I've never heard a bad Stagger Lee. Love that song.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Cool.
But yeah, it was overall great first set. That's in '93. What else do you want?
Yeah. Mike, were you listening to the soundboard or the odd there?
Soundboard.
Cool.
Yeah, I go off re-listen, and whatever's like the highest rated board, I always listen to that one.
Smart.
Yeah.
Nah, but your thoughts on set one?
Sure, I've got a few. As previously mentioned, I was really pleasantly surprised with how much I liked this first set. We've been listening to a lot of 90s shows these past few months on this podcast, and I feel like I'm saying that like a lot. But this is one that there were a few songs in here that genuinely like made me go, all right, this is some strong 90s dead. Stranger was a fun way to get things started. Very lively Phil and Jerry interplay, which was nice. At times the jam gets a little busy, but it's overall fun and it works. This isn't my favorite Stagger Lee, truth be told. It's just Jerry gets a little bit lost. His vocals are not in the strongest shape, but his instrumental, his guitar solos are so good that I do not mind it. It is worth listening to for the solos that he brings to it. I will say that I actually enjoyed this Peggy-O. I thought it was a fairly lively rendition. I agree with everything you have said, Mike, but for those reasons, it works for me. I don't know. It had this very spirited feeling. It sounded like you were having a pleasant walk. It was working for me at a 90s Peggy-O standpoint. It never really felt like it was dragging. Ramble on Rose is a song that they could play it every week and I'd never get tired of. I really do just love this song. I enjoy the way that Vince plays around Jerry's guitar riff on this one. To me, it's bouncy in a way that really works. The Queen Jane, similarly, was bouncy in a way that keeps it going. It's just so much fun. I don't know. Whenever that song comes up, I have to evangelize about how much I love Ramble on Rose. And then Let It Grow took a second to grow on me.
Nice.
It starts on the mellower side, lacking a little bit of that. Thank you. Lacking a little bit of that gravitas, that power. Like everyone's playing their parts right, just not like intensely. But that jam then builds the energy. I especially love as the jam goes on, the way that they start going in and out of the main riff. They'll start introducing the bum 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 bum. But rather than committing to that section, then Jerry will take it to a weird place for another minute, or Vince will take it to a weird place for another minute. And it just builds even more tension of, whoa, when are they actually going to get to the ending of this jam? It was really cool. It was really effective in a way that I often find Let It Grow jams are a few minutes of cool noise, and then they do that riff back into the song. The way that they kind of played around with that was a cool way to end things.
Yeah, it definitely worked tonight.
Yeah. Agreed. So yeah, I really enjoyed set one. There's really nothing didn't work for me. I guess that's just a way of saying everything worked for me. What did you think, Game?
You know what? Nothing not worked for me on this one too. No, set one was excellent. Truthfully, there wasn't a weak song in set one. Feel Like a Stranger, great. Stagger Lee was great. Same thing. Okay. Same thing. Peggy-O was wonderful. Queen Jane, really good. And I'm not a Queen Jane truther by any stretch of the imagination, but it was good. Ramble on Rose was awesome. Really good. Again, so good you don't think it's a 93. It's good.
Yeah.
And
that comment should be emphasized and underlined. It. I forget what year we're actually talking about here, but it's March of 93.
And same for Let It Grow. Just out of this world good. And we're talking 1993, where even the bad nights, people were still like, this is pretty good. This was a good night, and this was
Excellent.
a good set. Like, this is, go out of your way to check this one out. Really good. Set 2 opened up with an Eyes of the World, followed by a way to go home. Then we got a Lazy River Road, Corinna. Then we got, of course, a jam, and we got Our Drums in Space, The Wheel, All Along the Watchtower, Standing on the Moon, Not Fade Away, and then an encore of It's All Over Now, Baby Blue. I'm going to pivot for all of our hosts here, and I'm going to throw it to Mike for his review of set 2.
Wow. Okay. Well, I've got way to go home. Was an interesting one. I think Vince has a good voice. All right, we'll go in order here. Eyes of the World, I really enjoyed. I thought there was a moment in there where Jerry just loses the lyrics and Bob comes in and like saves him, like very like kindly. I like, enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Because it's a long song. And yeah, the Eyes of the World started things off. I mean, that's the best way to start off a second set in my book. And then the way to go home was, I find it pretty brutal. I think it kind of sounded like the band ceased to be the great. I mean, obviously Vince is singing, but even beyond that, it was just very like plain, and just wrote rock, and it just doesn't do it for me. Even though I love Vince.
What kind of rock?
Just wrote, just like rock, like the most like regular rock music on earth. And I love Vince too. I love him as a person, and I love his like little minimalist setup, and I like just really like the idea of Vince a lot and the way he came in. But that song does not do it for me. Lazy River Road, I found it interesting that was in the second set. I always think about that as like a first set, maybe third or fourth song type thing. And I do think it fits in better there. But in this situation, after Way to Go, it almost felt like it was correcting Way to Go Home, like it was like, oh, okay, this is what it's supposed to, like this is the kind of, now we're back.
Back to the Grateful Dead.
Yeah. And back to Jerry's really good singing. He sounded so good. His voice was not that of 93, or maybe I only had one pack that day or something, because it was incredible. Like, and it was just very, jaunty, and it was just cool. It was like very relaxing. And then the Corinna was very meditative. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy that song, I think. And then the Mind Left Body Jam, which I see on the notes is the final Mind Left Body Jam, which I did not know, was the perfect kind of compliment there at going into drums. And yeah, the drums are, drums was good. Oh yeah, let me put my notes here. And then there's that section where it kind of slows down the Wheels was excellent. It was good. Vince really shined on the wheel, as did Jerry, as always. But Vince again sounded. I'm like, maybe people are like being too mean to Vince. Like, he's pretty good here. Watchtower, like, it was okay. And then we got Standing on the Moon, which is my favorite song for late Grateful Dead. Like every single time I think about like Jerry's mortality and the band kind of, and Brent, and I feel like there's this sadness to every single one of those ones, and I treasure later Standing on the Moon. So, and this one was Jerry on a Good Night was excellent. And then Not Fade Away. I love a Not Fade Away when it comes after like a really kind of quiet period, and really like almost the whole second set was pretty low key. It felt like it never really got like super psychedelic, never got like crazy, when I went down in the black holes, which is maybe like my only complaint about it, I never really, really lost themselves in the jams or improvisation. It was just kind of bang, bang, bang. But I love a Not Fade Away when it really does feel like you're letting loose by like singing along, and they're really just, putting a bookend on it. And that one definitely applied. Like a Not Fade Away after like a truckin' wouldn't do as much for me, which I guess, I like when it just gets going. And my third favorite encore behind Broke Down Palace and Ripple is It's All Over Now, Baby Blue. So I was really pleased to see that. Always slaps. This one did too.
Sweet.
Yeah, we're big Baby Blue fans here as well.
Yeah, the song's so good. It's every time it shows up again, I'm stoked.
Knob, your thoughts on set 2?
Sure. I also liked it. I definitely liked it less than set 1, which I'm
Dude.
just spoiling. I know.
100
We can
episodes.
I know, and every single time I've ruined which set I'm going to vote for in the set voting portion of the show. It's my bit, it's my gimmick, and also just a way to tell you how I feel about the set. No, it's fine.
It's kind of natural.
The Eyes of the World.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm here to deconstruct the format of the show, and the two of you are here to beg me not to.
I just don't want you talking about fish.
Jam.
We can keep you talking about the Grateful Dead. I'm happy.
So they come out and they start with Down with Disease, and you think it's just going to be a normal
what?
set 2, and then they hit you with the Harpua. Anyway,
With the
Eyes of the World. Yeah, dude, we'll talk about that after the thing. Yeah, The Eyes of the World is a fun way to get the set started. It's just very pleasant. Phil's bass line is very prominent, and it's more grounding than his usual like third guitar approach. It feels like a very like baseline performance from Phil. I agree, it definitely gets a little lost at times, but it never loses that sense of groove, which is nice. I'm a Way to Go Home defender, and while listening today, I wrote down the words "Way to Go Home is awesome because it sucks," and I believe that to be true. There's
what
a
my wife
passion
says about
behind
me to her friends.
There's just, I don't know. There's a passion behind Vince's caterwauling that it works. It's not great. I'm never going to call this an all-timer song. And maybe I've just been like, I don't know, worn down by all the 90s shows that we've had lately. But I'm like bobbing along when A Way to Go Home happens. And this one generally works. I won't defend the outro. When he starts doing that falsetto stuff, I was like, come on, man. I was going to say such
Michael
nice
Jackson
things
stuff.
about this on the podcast. Yeah, he starts like wolf howling. I was like, what are we doing? Yeah, then we get to Lazy River Road. It's funny. To me, this is also a set 1 song. To me, this song fills pretty much the same niche that Peggy-O does. To me, they both have that very similar, they're softer, they're mellower, but they're very pretty, and they have something a little bit emotional to say, even if it's not it's not a full-on like Morning Dew yell out of Jerry. You still get some very lovely lyrics delivered. It is an odd placement for the song, and I will say that you could probably cut a verse of that song and it could flow a little better. I don't know what verse I'd cut or anything like that, but it goes on a little too long for me, but it was generally lively and it was overall working for me. Corinna generally works. The jam is probably the best part. The thing that always throws me with Corinna is I have no idea. 90s Dead is never going to pull off harmonies with a little slide in them. I have never understood the thought process that like they put the Way to Go Home with these like cluster chords that barely sound right on a good day. And Bob thinks to himself, let's do a harmony where we all slide together going from one note to another. Anyway. And then I really enjoyed the Mind Left Body jam. I like that it starts very intricate and then just gets weirder and weirder as it goes on and kind of dissolves. Drums is drums. I don't know. It's a pretty samey kind of drums until Mickey pulls out the talking drum. And then I normally have smarter things to say, but I wrote down
I'll jump in with a question.
Spacey space until we get super bleep bloopy. And that's really how I would describe this space.
Let me jump in with a question, and this might.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's others in the maybe in the audience who might have the similar question. Talking drum, is that the one where it's like boo 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 boo, like that kind of thing? Like you change the tone.
Yes. So
okay,
basically, it's a drum that you like. You hold it and you like squeeze it with your arm. There are these like strings on the side. I'm not doing a proper technical explanation, but it basically they're attached to the skin of the drum head. And as you tighten them, it makes the pitch of the drum higher. And as you loosen them, it makes the pitch of the drum lower, and you can use that to make the drum sound almost in ways that mimic speech by doing this. Boop, 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 boop,
Oh, okay.
So that's Nob's breakdown of the talking drum.
I love it. Thank
Happy
you.
100 episodes.
That was just a setup for Take You Go. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You didn't need much to goad me into an impression of the talking drum, but that worked. I'll give you that. I fell for that bait. Yeah, Wheel. Going back to the show, I guess the Wheel is generally a solid rendition. It's not like an all-timer or anything like that, but it's just fun. I enjoyed listening to it. I really like the Watchtower. There's a very this set is, like has been mentioned, generally on the mellower side. One of the highest energy moments, in my opinion, is this Watchtower. There's some very prominent fill stuff. I really like what Vince is bringing with his organ. And then Jerry's guitar lines are just incredible. Like, I could have listened to him shred that song for 5 or 10 more minutes. Bob's vocals are, I don't know. I felt like he sounded really good on Stranger and then never again in this show. He's definitely, I don't know. He threw out his vocal cords at some point in the evening, and by Watchtower, he's not quite there. But I still really like the Watchtower. I don't want to knock it too hard. And then a lovely Standing on the Moon. It nails what this song does well. It is sensitive when it needs to be, and it is big when it needs to be. And it just generally works to be a very touching rendition. And then a very amped up Not Fade Away to bring it home. Jerry is singing with a passion and fire that you don't always get in a 90s set 2 closer. And then it just works. Like, it's Not Fade Away. You're not getting any crazy jam here. It's about furious shredding over a dancey groove to wrap things up. And this is exactly what they do here. It succeeds in what Not Fade Away does for a 90s Grateful Dead show. And then, Baby Blue is very nice. I like the Bob Dylan songs, so it was nice to hear 3 Bob Dylan songs this evening. And similarly to Standing on the Moon, it's able to nail both the sensitive and the powerful side of this song. I know we always say we like It's All Over Now, Baby Blue when it shows up, but honestly, this one stands out among some of the others that we've heard. So yeah, while it wasn't my favorite set of the show, there's still a lot of good sprinkled throughout. What did you think, Fig?
Thanks. Yeah, I liked it. We get into Eyes. I thought this was a decent version with some giddy up to it. Fans were loving it. It's interesting whether my reaction was colored by me kind of listening to the audience version, because it is cool. Like, it's just a great way to kind of place yourself. Like, you got a sense of place better than with soundboards. Eyes completely breaks down, and then they kind of transition into Way to Go Home. I like this one. I thought it was really good. All memes, and I wave the caterwauling flag for what Vince does. But all memes and caterwauling jokes aside, Vince really was great with the band, and in this song particularly. His vocal range is actually pretty huge. I mean, some of it is less annoying than others, but like, he was all over the vocal range. So his vocals are not always pleasant, but there's a lot of try, which is something that you don't get out of some of the founding members in the 90s. And I thought it was just a really good version. He was singing the hell out of it. And if you listen to the Odd, once again, I keep harping on this, they were loving it. They were eating it up. It was a little schlocky, but it was good. It was a good version of Way to Go Home. Decent song. We get into Lazy River Road. I just wrote LRR, so I was like, was it Little Red Rooster? It was not. It was Lazy River Road. It's a nice little ditty. You're right. It is good to hear Jerry back on the vocals after all of that. We left Way to Go Home behind us. Jerry's solo kind of went in a Blackbird direction, Blackbird by the Beatles. And I'm not sure if that's something that he typically does, or that just never struck my ear, or this was something that I hadn't really heard before, but that was a really cool solo in that regard. We get into Corinna, which was like, the body of the song was just okay. The jam started languishing until I'm going to speak praises of Prince Vince again. Vince did some sort of keyboard flourish that made Jerry, I think it was during Jerry's solo. Yeah, it was just kind of going around and around. And then all of a sudden, Vince did something. And Jerry was like, oh, hell no, I'm going to do something now. And it just, it just bumped it up and just up their game. And the jam went bonkers. The audience went bonkers. And it was so cool to hear. Mind Life Body Jam. This was not bad. I can see how this was the final version. Didn't really do much to me. Drums in Space happened as well. We get into the wheel. This was a good, deliberate version with a really great pulse. Again, the audience version just smacks you in the face. Like you could really just kind of hear, like, just by hearing it, you could place yourself in the audience and almost see it. And it was really cool to hear. Watchtower, I thought, was just somewhat noisy. Bobby was hoarse, but generally sounded pretty good. Standing on the Moon, this was another just excellent build by the band tonight. The build of the Be With Yous, right? Just excellent build with the Be With Yous until Jerry just went on a ripper of a solo. And again, the crowd is just absolutely eating out of the palm of their hands for Standing on the Moon. Night Flight Away was good as expected, and we get into Baby Blue, which struck me is the thematic opposite of Standing on the Moon, right? So Standing on the Moon is I'd rather be with you, I'd rather be with you, I'm pining for you, and Baby Blue is like, yeah, it's all over. So interesting thematic choice to end the set. This was not one of my favorite Baby Blues. It was sung with a lot of emotion, but I think I like the Brent Baby Blues probably. I think that's what's missing out. Of course, we don't have Brent in March 10th, 1993, but that's my take. Game, your thoughts?
It was good. Not as good as set one, spoiler alert, but it was good. Set one, please. Eyes of the World was good. Long Way to Go Home, I didn't hate. Lazy River Road is absolutely a set one song. Like, it should be.
It is.
It's an either, like, it's so set one. It should just be an opener. Like, it's set one all day.
Interesting.
Corinna, of course I skipped Drums in Space. I can't believe I missed the talking drum. I'm so upset about that.
Wait, does this sound good, Knob? Just so because Game missed it.
No, like, I'm going to be honest with you. I would probably say about a quarter of the drums that we've had have had the talking drum.
I know, but you mentioned it.
Chance to hear it.
Yeah, but every time I'm like, oh yeah, talking drum, that is a thing that exists. But then I finally got the balls to ask you, and then why don't you just, for game's sake, just illuminate him.
It's okay. So it's got these strings, right? And it changes the pitch of the drum. And when you tighten it, it makes it go like higher. And if you loosen them, they go like lower. And it makes like that boo 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 sound.
It's a series of tubes and transistors. Anyway, moving on. The wheel was okay. Watchtower really stood out for me, and I'm not a big Watchtower truther by any stretch of the imagination, but Watchtower was good. Standing on the Moon, I enjoyed.
Why do we keep saying truther like people don't believe Watchtower happened?
We like it. Truther is the theme for episode 100 and counting. Standing on the Moon was good, always good. I definitely agree with the late 90s Standing on the Moons. They just mean more. Always good. Not Fade Away good. And I do agree with liking the Brent era Baby Blues, specifically the mid 80 Baby Blues. But this one was still good. I don't know if I ran into a Baby Blue on a Grateful Dead set list that I didn't like, and this one falls in that as well. So overall, pretty damn good little 1993 show that we got here. Does this show make any of your fine folks' Book of the Dead? No for me as well. Fig?
I'm gonna go with yes.
Yo.
Whoa.
Yeah, what? I really liked it. Again, a lot of it, I think, reading my notes was that odd, that Keo Darby odd. Cannot say enough for it. It's on the archive.
Mike, does this show make your Book of the Dead?
I wish I could say yes because I like saying yes to things, but I say no.
Now we'll move on to our which set voting, and I'm just gonna go ahead and I will say it's a set one for me and it's a set one for Knob.
Whoa, you don't
Whoa.
know that. Just because I said it 3 times doesn't mean I believe it. No, yeah, I'm voting set one.
Fig, your favorite set?
Let's do 2.
Ooh, all right, Mike. The vote is in your
We've
hand.
never had a tie, by the way. Tie goes to a coin flip.
The 100th episode is going to be the wild time to figure out a tiebreak on air.
Well, I think you guys have to because I like 2 as well.
Oh,
I think that just as like a kind of a narrative, it did more for me than the first set. Which
I think the only true way to figure out how to do a tie is to let the audience decide. And the only way the audience can decide is if they get to listen to both set 1 and set 2. And then they can comment in the Reddit thread which one they enjoyed more. So please stick around after the show to hear the complete show of March 10th, 1993. And you get to hear the much better set 1, and then you get to hear what some people think is much better there too.
Hey, no lobbying. No lobbying.
No lobbying. Sorry. Almost the spoiler alert there. All right. Who is our show mother trucker? We have to change to. I feel because I always laugh when I say it.
What?
I don't know. It's
part
always
of the lore.
The lore.
Mother Trucker is our best segment name. I'll throw the rest of these in the garbage before I throw out Mother Trucker.
All right. Well, Knob, who is your Mother Trucker?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly thought it was a great Jerry night. I find with these late 90s shows, they kind of live and die by how on Jerry is. And I thought that this was a really on night for Jerry, which made it an on night for the band. So I'm going to give it to Jerry.
Mike, who would be your show Mother Trucker?
I'm going to go Jerry as well. Mostly because he just sounded great all day and all night. And also he did save the band with that Lazy River Road. I really do think, Fig, when you're like, he came back and you're like, oh, thank God he's back. So yeah, I go Jerry.
I am personally going to vote for Prince Vince. Nice. While he, the vocals weren't necessarily the strongest thing in set 2, the keyboard playing was pretty on point in set 1. So Prince Vince gets my vote, and then Fig, who is your Mother Trucker?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Jerry as well. He was great throughout, and his vocals sounded good. He wasn't on that second pack of Camel Unfiltered just yet. And I would have said Prince Vince based on my review. However, I think Prince Vince, to dip into hockey parlance, would get the assist to Jerry's goal.
Moving on to our Reddit comments, I will take the first one because I love juicy Grateful Dead news. This first Reddit comment,
not news.
Well, I mean, news to me.
It's a rumor.
rumor and innuendo by Dead Man 95 Ico. His comment or their comment. How do you say that? Ico.
You know, like the song.
Hey now.
Ico. Hey now. This is the day or day after Jerry unceremoniously dumped Barbara Meyer, which explains the by then rare extra emotive encore of Baby Blue. I don't know if I necessarily found it extra emotive. Do you?
I wasn't feeling that either.
It was a little. I did. I thought it was particularly on, truth be told.
I mean, it was good. I don't know. I don't know if I buy this.
I like it. I'm not sure I buy it, but I love it. Someone's thinking here. I like this.
And you know what? I also think that "Way to Go Home" sounded like that because of Jerry dumping Barbara Meyer.
It's time
I
for
think
you
Jerry
to
dumped
go,
Barbara
go,
Meyer
go
because of
home.
that Way to Go Home.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm out.
He just kept asking what the talking drum was, and Jerry was like, "You gotta go."
You gotta go. I'm also gonna take the second Reddit comment because I love the username of Coochie Illusion. Coochie has to say that was a real nice eyes to open the second set.
Thank you.
Spring '93 was so good, and this show is no exception. Thanks for sharing. And then they shared an image. I don't know what that image was.
Oh,
I
I
hope
think
it's
it was
not of their
Prince
Coochie.
Vince
Oh,
approved.
was it a Prince
Yeah,
Vince?
It was
it was
that
by
name.
Gang Vinny.
Gang Vinny. Yeah.
Good deal. Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep going. Dead Man 95 I go
Again.
also commented, said spring 93 was very up and down. Chapel Hill covers a lot of the warts, including the dreadful Richfield show and the weak Nassau run. Pretty fun comments this week from Reddit. Thank you both to Deadman and Coochie for sharing those comments.
Like you're on a first name basis with that poster.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Cooch.
Hey, Susan. Moving on to our next show featuring, we are going to July 4th, 1990 from, of course, the Sandstone Amphitheater in Bonner Springs, Kansas. How did they pull the Grateful Dead on the 4th of July, of all places? Anyway.
What do you mean? You don't go to Bonner Springs, Kansas on the 4th? You've never been? Oh my God.
It would not be my first place. Looking at the set list, though, it looks pretty great.
Stacked.
Yeah. It looks pretty great. Of course, it ends with a U.S. Blues, which makes sense.
Just read off that set, too.
Victim of the Crime, Foolish Heart, Little Light,
nice.
Scarlet.
There we go.
No fucking way.
The return.
I forget.
We haven't had a Scarlet Fire in like 5 months.
Nom's gonna do the math
for Mike's sake to understand why we're all now crying on air.
I forget what that song sounds like.
We used to have a whole segment where we rated the Scarlet Fire, and then we never used it for like 6 months.
Oh, that's so. What
do you think about the take that the Scarlet Fire from Barton Hall really is the best Scarlet Fire?
I would agree with that. I mean,
it's pretty good.
Not strongly, but sure.
I'd give it a. You might have ones you like more personally. It's hard to argue against the Cornell 77 Scarlet.
Yeah.
Like every time I listen back to that show, there are some songs I'm taken with more and some songs I'm taken with less. But every time I hear that Scarlet Fire and I go, holy shit, that's some good Grateful Dead.
It's the platonic best Scarlet Fire.
That's always me and Lazy Lightning and Supplication in that show. Always. Always.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
That is so
God,
good.
So good.
Face melting.
Anyway,
forward to this one, July 4th, 90. Return of Scarlet Fire.
Yes.
Ooh, if you could do the math, figure out the last time we had a Scarlet Fire.
Next week's episode title will absolutely be The Return of Scarlet Fire. So make sure we write that one down. Mike, please give us your plugs, good sir.
Yeah, everyone can check out Guess the Year on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and on Instagram at Guess the Year Show. I also do this thing where I go around outside of Dead and Dead offshoot bands shows and accost random people and make them guess years on video, and then I kind of chop it up. So there's a lot of Instagram reels, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, please check it out. It's a fun show. Usually there are no technical malfunctions, so there are years at the end of years guessings.
There are often technical malfunctions here on our show, so it was, trust me, it worked perfectly. Before we wrap up, I will speak for all of us. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. This was a fantastic, fun episode, just for all of us. This past hour plus flew by, so please, whenever you want to come back, the invitation is always open, because this was awesome.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for really 100th episode having me on. I really appreciate it. And yeah, you guys are all very articulate and very passionate and good friends. You have a great show here. So thanks so much for letting me be a part of it.
Well, thank you for telling us that. Some people in the Grateful Dead world don't think we're too articulate, but we will let we'll let everyone simmer on that one. Let's go ahead and wrap up episode 100 here. As always, please go ahead and smash that subscribe button, and as always, like and share with any and all of your Grateful Dead loving friends and family. Of course, you may always find us at wherever podcasts are downloaded. However, if you do happen to use a service that maybe rhymes with 100 episodes is a lot of you probably won't find us on that one. However, you will find us on every other major podcast platform. If you like to download your podcast the old-fashioned way directly from the source, you may get that from directly at helponthewaypod.podbean.com. Of course, you may email us at helponthewaypod@gmail.com. You may communicate with us on Reddit at reddit.com/r/Grateful Dead. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/@helponthewaypod. And I do fire up the Kick channel every once in a while, kick.com/the channel. Any parting words from Knob, Fig, or our guest, Mike?
I just want to say thanks to everybody for the 100 episodes. Great co-hosts, great audience.
Yeah.
Mike, thanks so much. This was a great episode. Thanks for being a part of it. And lots of love. Keep it real.
Yeah, Fig stole my earnest answer, so I guess I'll explain how the talking drum works a third time. So you have these
just make some
strings,
mouth noises,
right? Boo 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 boo. Happy 100 episodes, everybody!
Yeah, congrats, guys. Very cool. Very cool.
And for the 100th time, thank you once again for listening to the Help on the Way podcast.
up and flashing like the reds and blues. Out there on the neon avenue, feel like a stranger, feel like a stranger. Well, the music's thunder, we're reckless and hot, with fire glances across the room, and I can't stop wondering just what you got. Get me and I'm gonna find out real soon. Still, I feel like a stranger, just like a stranger. You know it's gonna get stranger. Some things we just know. Less of the wheels get smoking around midnight. You shoot me a look that says let's go. Yes, it feels like running a red light. Now there ain't no point looking behind those numbers. Still I feel like a stranger, feel like a stranger. You know it's gonna get stranger, so let's get on with the show. Feel like a stranger. Just like a stranger. Just like a stranger. Feel like a stranger. Like a stranger. Like a stranger. Feel like a stranger. Feel like a stranger. Just like a stranger. Just like a stranger. Feel like a stranger. Like a stranger. Crazy night, crazy night. Feel like a stranger. Crazy, crazy night. Long, long, crazy, crazy night. Feel like a stranger. Feel like a stranger. Just like a stranger. 1948 with the full moon over town. Stagger Lee met Billy DeLine and he blew that poor boy down. Do you know what he shot him for? What do you make of that? Billy DeLine threw lucky dice, one Stagger Lee Stetson had. By-yo, tell me how can this be? You arrest the girls for turning tricks, but you're scared of Stagger Lee. Well, Stagger Lee's a bad man, and he shot my Billy D. I'll go get him, give the job to me. How the hell can I arrest him? He's twice as big as me. Well, don't ask me to go downtown, I won't come back alive. Not only is another big taxi 45. I really said, just give me your gun. And I'm gonna see him run out to the lines of blood and Billy DeLine blood. Stepped up to Stagger Lee at the bar and said, buy me a gin fizz, love. Shot him in the bowl. Blew the smoke off her revolver. Had him drink to City Hall. By your seat and out. He shot my Billy dead. Now he's got to die. Deal when I'm walking down on Singapore Street. Three-piece band on the corner played near my gothic. Delia whistle, different tune, what you could that be? The song that woman sung was Look Out Peggy-O. The song that Delia sung was Look Out Stagger Lee. Wears a dress so tight. What makes a man go crazy when a woman wears a dress so tight? Must be the same thing. Keep a tomcat out all night. What makes all the men want to run a big leg woman down? What makes all the men want to run a big leg woman down? Must be the same thing. Make a bulldog hug a town. Tell me who's to blame? Oh, fighting about that say. What makes you men go crazy when a woman wears an evening gown? What makes you men go crazy when a woman wears an evening gown? Must be the same. When the preacher wanna lay his Bible down. Tell me who's to blame? Whole world fighting about that sin. when a woman wears a dress so tight. What makes men go crazy when a woman wears a dress so tight? Must be the same thing. Keep her tongue down out all night. Tell me who's to blame. Oh, fighting about that same thing. Tell me who's to blame. Oh, fighting about that same
What would your mama think if she heard my
return, pretty Peggy-O. Never I return, your cities I will burn. Destroy all the ladies and carry on. Stepping down those stairs, pretty Peggy-O. Stepping down the stairs, pretty Peggy-O. Come stepping down the stairs, combing back your yellow hair. Be the last farewell to your William O. Sweet William, he is dead, pretty Peggy-O. Sweet William, he is dead, pretty Peggy-O. Sweet William, he is dead, and he died for me. And he's buried in the Louisiana country. Sweet road out to Tiffany. We rode out to Venerio. Our captain fell in love with a lady like a dove, and he called her by name, pretty Peggy-O.
Now when your mother sends back all your invitations, and your father to your sister, he explains that you're tired of yourself and all of your creation. Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? Now when the flower lady wants back all she has left me, and the smell of her rose does not remain, and all your children, they all start to resent you. See me, Queen Jane. Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? They all died in battle or in bed. Maybe you want sick of all this repetition. Won't you come and see Queen Jane? mercy of your pain. Trying to prove that your conclusions should be more grasping. Won't you come and see Queen Jane? Won't you come see me, Queen Jane? That you turn your other cheek to, they all throw down their bandanas and complain. Baby, you want someone that you don't have to speak to. Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane? Won't you come and see me? Won't you? Won't you come and see me? Won't you come and see me? Won't you come and see me? Won't you come and see me, Queen Jane?
Just like Jack the Ripper, just like Lord Johan, just like Betty Sunday, shotgun ragtime band, just like New York City, just like Jericho, face the halls, climb the wall. Get out when they blow. Did you say your name was Ramble On Rose? Ramble on, baby. Settle down easy. up, one heat up, one cool down, leave nothing for the team. Just like Jack and Jill, Mama told the sailor, one go up, one go down, do yourself a favor. Did you say your name was Ramble Rose? Ramble on, baby. Settle down easy. Ramble on the road. I'm gonna sing you 100 verses in the ragtime. I know this song, it ain't never gonna end. I'm gonna march you up and down a local county line, take you to the leader of the band. Clank your chains, count your chains, try to walk the line. Did you say your name was Ramble Rose? Ramble on, baby. Settle down easy. Ramble on the road. I'm gonna sing you 100 verses in ragtime. I know this song, it ain't never gonna end. Gonna march you up and down the local county line, take you to the leader of the band. Goodbye, Mama and Papa. Goodbye, Jack and Jill. Grass ain't greener, wine ain't sweeter. Either say your name was Rambling Rose. Ramble on, baby. Settle down easy. Ramble on, Rose. Ramble on the road. Morning comes, she follows the path to the river shore. Lively song, the song is the latch on the morning star. See the sun sparkle in the reeds, silver beads passing to the sea. She comes from the town where they call her the Cutter's Bar. She's brown as the bank where she kneels down to gather her work. She bears it away with the love the river has taught her. Let it flow, wide and clean. Round and round, the cut of the plow in the furrowed field. Seasons round, bushels of corn, the barley meal. Broken ground, open and beckoning to the spring. Black dirt live again. Plowman as broad as the back of the land his soul. As he dances the circular track of the plow, never knows that the work of his days measures more than the planting and growing. Let it grow, greatly yield. What shall we say? Shall we call it by name? Welcome the angels dancing on the plain. Water bright as the sky from which it came. And it's on the earth that takes it in. When I speak, stand beside the rain. Listen to the thunder shout. I am. So it goes, we make what we made since the world began. Not more, love of the women, work of man. Seasons round,
What shall we say? Shall we call it by name? Cause what count the edges dancing on the flame. Water bright as the sky from which it came. And the name is on the earth that takes it in. Will not speak but stand inside the rain. Listen to the thunder shout. I am, I am, I am. We'll be back in a bit.
outside this lazy zone. Ain't got time for coffee, soul and cream. Right outside that lazy gate on the windowsill, wondering where that you hear are just songs of love. Wake up to find out that you are the eyes of the world. Our heart has its teachings, its homeland and laws of its own. Wait now, discover that you are the song that the morning brings. Our heart has its seasons, its evenings, its songs of its own.
tempted to roll. It's a long, 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 long way. You say you've seen enough, you don't gotta see no more. But the hungry and the hopeless, the crippled and the poor. You say you've seen enough to last you all your days. But like the moon in heaven, you'll just go through It's a long, 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 long way. Selling roses of paper mache, reflects of starlight. swiped a bunch and threw it your way. Hazy moonlight glow. Way down, down along lazy river road. Way down along Shadow Boulevard, end of the avenue. Run, hide, seek in your own backyard. Mama's backyard won't do. All night long I sing love's sweet song down where the water flows. Way down, down along lazy river road. Moonlight waves as hound dogs bay, never quite catch the tune. Stars fall down in buckets like rain till there ain't no standing room. Bright blue boxcars, train by train, cloud a wild dream unfold. Way down, down along lazy river road. Way down upon Seminole Square, belly of the river tide. Call for me and I will be there for the price of a taxi ride. Nighttime double clutches into today, like a truck downshifting its load. Way down, down along lazy river road. Never quite catch the tune. Stars fall down in buckets like rain. There ain't no standing room. Ride through boxcars, train by train, glider while dreams unfold. Way down, down along lazy river road. Thread the needle right through the eye, the thread that runs so true. All the others I let pass by, I only wanted you.
cared much for careless love. Oh, how your bright eyes show. Way down, down along lazy river road. Way down, down along lazy river road. Way down, down along that lazy river road. Dog of a Sunday, dog of a Monday, get it back someday. What I say, moving in closer, cut from a long shot, played on the downbeat, ready all night, Corinna, shake it up, baby. Shake it up now, Corinna. To a stop sign, going up short time, bird on a phone line, smoking out the sun, clean on the prisons, purple Jesus, talking about Jesus. You're the one, Corinna. Shake it up, baby. Silver clouds on a silver sea, on the horizon, silver winging back to me. Corinna, shake it up, baby.
easy. Bring it in closer. What I said, move through a stop sign. Logging up short time. Ball on a phone line. Talking about the day. Curry. Shake it up, babe. Curry, curry. Shake it up now. Curry, curry. What, when, and where, and how don't mean a thing to me. I would love you even if you flew away from me. I just stand here waiting on the far side of the sea. There's no fear, lovers born would ever fail to me. Curry. Shake it up, baby. Curry. Shake it up now. Curry. 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 just a little bit harder? Couldn't you try just a little bit more? Round, round, round the gun around. Gotta get back to where you belong. Little bit harder, just a little bit more. Little bit further than you've gone before. Wheels turning and you can't slow down. Can't let go and you can't hold on. Can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you from the lightning wheel. Small wheel turned by the fire and rival. Big wheel turned by the grace of God. Every time that wheel turned round, bound to cover just a little more ground. Bound to cover just a little more ground. Wheels turning and you can't slow down. Can't let go and you can't hold on. Can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't catch you, then the lightning will. Couldn't you try just a little bit harder? Couldn't you try just a little bit more? Couldn't you try just a little bit harder? Couldn't you try just a little bit more? Must be somewhere out ahead. Crowd choke to the feet. There's too much confusion here. I can't get no relief. This is electric, my wife. Climbing in my earth. When I get along, I know what any of it is worth. There are many here among us who feel that life is a fucking joke. You and I, we've been through that. This is not our fate. Yeah, it's not time for slim down the yard. All along the watchtower, Christmas kept the view. Barefoot servants came with little children too. Outside in the cold distance, while Captain Brown, two others were approaching when they got the house.
had no cobweb on my shoe. Standing on the moon, I'm feeling so alone and blue. See the Gulf of Mexico as time as a tear. The coast of California must be somewhere over here. Standing on the moon, I hear the battle rage below. Standing on the moon, see the soldiers come and go. There's a metal flame beside me, someone planted long ago. Oh, glory, standing stiffly, crimson white and indigo. Oh, glory, standing stiffly, crimson white and indigo. Indigo. I see all of Southeast Asia. I can see El Salvador. And other souls of war, like a mighty melody that rings down from the sky. Standing here upon the moon, I watch it all over, all see a shadow from the sun, standing on the moon. The clouds go fading one by one. I see a sign of victory, another of defeat, a scrap of age-old lullaby down some forgotten street. Standing on the moon, where talk is cheap and vision true. Standing on the moon, but I would rather be with you. Somewhere in San Francisco, on a back porch in July, just looking up at heaven, at this crescent in the sky, in the sky. nothing else to do. Oh, my view of heaven, but I'd rather be with you. A lovely view of heaven, but I'd rather be with you, be with you, be with you, be with you, be with you. Rather be with you. Rather be with you. I'd rather be with you. Be with you, be with you. Well, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you. Oh, be with you. Rather be with you. Rather be with you. I wanna tell you how it's gonna be. You're gonna give your love to me. I wanna love you night and day. Oh, our love will not fade away. No, our love will not fade away. Fade away. tried to show you, but you drive me back.
love for me has got to be real. Ain't gonna know just how I feel. Love's real, not fade away. Not fade away. Not fade away.
Whatever you wish to keep, you better grab it fast. Yonder stands your orphan with his gun. He's crying like a fire in the sun. Look out on those saints coming through, and it's over now, baby blue. coincidence. The empty-handed paper from your street is drawing crazy patterns on your sheets. The carpet too is moving under you, and it's all over now, baby blue. Taking all those blankets from your floor. The sky too is falling over you, and it's all over now, baby blue. All your stepping stones behind, there's something calls for you. Forget about the dead you left, they will not follow you. The vagabond who's rapping at your door is standing in the clothes that you once wore. Strike another match, go start anew, and it's all over now, baby blue. And it's all over now, baby blue. And it's all over now, baby blue. Well, it's all over now, baby blue.